Hello, 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 and welcome back to some good old game making. How's it going? Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. I am just getting the last few things organized. Let's see where we're at. Oh, yesterday was fun. So went to the local card shop, game stuff, and got to play with a few different people, which was awesome. Everyone is super nice as per usual there, which is very fun. And I went third both games, but the problem was the first game only 3 people were playing, so technically I went last at the same time. But I'm liking the fact that I can say I went third. The last game was so down to the wire, by the way. Like, it was one of those, like, straight up, it's so close. It was so damn close. The fact is that, like, I could have probably come in second at the very least. If I had taken some approaches slightly differently. But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. So, the problem though is the games all went really long and we ended up finishing at about like 10, so all the buses were done, so I had to walk for over an hour to get home. So almost like 11:30 was when I got back and I am fucking shattered. I did not wake up very well at all either. I haven't even had like proper breakfast yet, so I might have to duck off at some point to make some like toast or something just to get my morning going. I had a muesli bar, but that's not very much. But yeah, did get 2 packs, got 1 card out of them that I'm was looking for. It was just kind of annoying to try and find, so can't complain, can't complain. Aside from that though, I haven't gotten really much else done between yesterday and today, so with that being the case, we're probably going to be doing a bit of this. I do want to work on something a little bit today, and this is something that I was asked a little bit about, or asked for, and kind of can be used for this, kind of can be used for that, so I want to play around with it a little bit. So I might actually do a little bit of that right now, so give me a moment. That should be under this one, if I'm correct. Yes. Here is our lovely little idle animation. I want to see if I can get a reference of the new one. Ooh. Oh, the V3 is already on here. Nice. That's actually very useful. How much is in the gallery now? Doesn't look like there's anything here. Unless these are part of it. Yeah, they are part of it. Okay, so this is the new thing. So it's her actual, like, I guess her character now. Because she's got a smash. There's V2. This looks like mainly a brush up. That's fair. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, okay. I doubt there's a V3 ref sheet up now. Is there? No, so I'm gonna do... Based on what I can see, there hasn't been any substantial changes between... One there. There hasn't been any substantial changes between 2 and 3. At least from my kind of perspective on that. So let's go back to the all search. That's the thing from then. See if I can find... Yeah, so this is Vidal's little advice thing. I remember having a read of that. It's kind of cool. Is this the account? Or am I gonna have to go look at Vidal's for what I want? Location Vidal's computer. Yeah. Ah, that is adorable. Yeah, that's the old model. This is the new model. I'm gonna run it by that for now. Let's see. Hello, hello, hello. Ah. Alright. Probably push that back a little bit. And then... doing the sprite for Neuro. So, I have had someone ask me for this, and I thought I might as well get a little bit going on it, to prototype it now. Cause if I do stuff like this for other people, the benefit I have is that I can use this for myself as well, right? Two birds, one stone, exactly. So, I'm just playing around with some stuff for it for now. Just getting the idea of it going. Doesn't help that at the moment there isn't really any references for her new model, so I'm having to go off the the version 2 model. But from what I could tell, the version 3 model is just the version 2 model, just cleaned up further. Let's see, shouldn't change much to matter on a sprite. Yeah, that's kind of the thought. That's why I'm like just using the 2.0 as the reference point for the most part. Because then that way we should be able to get like kind of going with at least the foundations of it. I think that's more or less the baseline of it. Which, yeah, I know the colors are off. I do this all the time. It's an easy way for me to get stuff going. Could probably separate this out a little bit more. I feel like that makes it look too poofy. So I've been to wait till you're done to tell you that I'm colorblind? That's fair. Honestly, if I'm... This is an interesting one. Imagine if I was this colorblind. That is insane. That'd be a fucking rough time living a life like that, I gotta say. Could trim away at the body on this one. A little bit. I should actually have this saved, by the way, so we don't create any problems. No, that looks horrendous. Her friend's colorblind. We found out playing Payday 2. Told him to get the black car and he got the green one. That is gotta be a fun one. Oh, that is an unfortunate time to have with that sort of thing. Like, I mean, to be fair, I feel like this is kind of the true thing with, like, colorblindness for all of them is, like, spectrum, in a sense. So, some of them are a lot more, some of them a lot less. So we're all kind of, struggle with it sometimes. I definitely have my moments, though. But that is, yeah, that is definitely a fun one. Good way to find out, though. Alright, let's start trying to do color toning to this, to see where we get with it. colors. The other ones I can imagine it. Easy enough. Okay, so with the color correction, the bow isn't good enough. That needs work. And the sleeves might need a puffering on the outside a little bit. So what I mean by that is like a little bit of this. On that one. The bow needs a couple of different colors to it, or different tones, to just try and set it up properly. I can sort of see it, but the dress needs some attention. So the dress has multiple colors going on. It's kind of like a light trim to it. Sort of weird. Then get it in another shade. I think I like this one. Kind of sitting there. Alright, let's go muck with the eyes. Did I grab the eyes? I did. Good. see what it looks like. Okay, so here I'm just gonna grab that for the moment. Oh yeah, right. So let's think about this. She has kind of the good old shit that comes down over the face like that. A little bit there. A little bit of crap here. Good old stuff here. Let's get a darker tone to try and just offset this a little bit. And these are very far from the colors that I'm going to probably finalize on, but we'll use this for the foundation at the moment. Let's see, Pulled Neuro. Honestly, I'm so tempted to just make a bald skin for every fucking character because haha funny. Right? You can't tell me you wouldn't giggle at that. It'd be fitting because of all the stuff for that. Would be funny. It'd be a nice little joke thing to do at some point. And then there is a ribbon kind of here. It's probably too long of a ribbon. There is also going to be a ribbon over here. And then, as part of this, there is the silver heart thing. That's not gonna fit like that. How do I fit that? We'll think on that shit in a little bit. Cowlick. There's a lot of weird little finicky bits to this here that I'm trying to figure out the best way to kind of like amalgamate it together nicely. See, that looks horrendous. That looks a little bit better. I think this needs to be rounded out a little bit more. That's too much. Maybe it's just because of the weird coloration. Kind of like that, right, with the thing, because it's kind of like the idea is that it's one comes down and the other one comes down with the ribbons. It needs to be a much lighter color in general. I feel like this does need to come in a little bit though. Oh, so I just still need to do the stockings at some point. About it. Thunder Nugget the Terrible. What an amazing name. Hello, hello. As the VTuber game coming along, it is progressing. We're taking a little bit of a moment at the stage to work on something for both the future of my stuff, but also as a partial commission request sort of thing. So, two birds, one stone scenario. Chatted on YouTube a few weeks ago. I'm trying to remember what name you used then. But yeah, we're trying to do Neuro's little animations and stuff quickly. While we have the time to think on it. I'm sure I could just pull this Someone asked about the full moon form and showed me how she levels up. Oh, yes, yes. No, I do remember. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. No, not the full. It's probably just going to be that. Gets drones and computer-controlled automated attacks. So, we actually discussed this earlier this week on the first stream of the week. We've decided to rework her quite massively what she was. So before she was actually, her gimmick was kind of like, I don't even think it was really much of an interesting gimmick. It was a lot of weird stat moving around and stuff like that, and it was about kind of like ensuring a stability thing. Which kind of gave an idea, but it wasn't really as flavorful as what we have now. What we have now is going to be a nightmare to write in terms of programming, but it's going to be fun. Technically, if you're playing as Neuro, you're not playing as Neuro. You're playing as Vidal, and Neuro is running around the map, and you can follow her. So you actually don't get to play the game in anywhere close to the normal way of playing anymore, because the character that fires off the weapons and does all the targeting is an AI. And you are just following along and trying to keep it alive. And level it up so it's slightly better AI. Which we all kind of came to the idea of it, which we felt was just too flavorful to not try and do something with. And I'm really happy that we did kind of go with that direction in the end. Just, it's gonna be a nightmare to implement. And I can say that with utmost certainty. This is a bit more of a rosy red, right? Yeah. It's gonna be cool on its own. No, it would definitely. So we've already figured out kind of how it would function, and it's a really. Luckily enough, I have a couple of systems already in place to implement for it that shouldn't make it too bad to do, but it's still going to be a lot of like finicky reworking and redesign stuff, which is cool because when I'm doing it is actually a perfect time to be doing it in the long cycle of things. But it will be very interesting to see. It's basically, from a coding perspective, what I will be doing is I'm just going to make a passive that sends the player object in different directions and stops taking player input data, and then make a summon that takes player input data instead, and have that kind of like, and have the camera locked to them instead of as the target instead of the normal player. I have that camera system already in. It's already designed to be targeting, but like that's kind of how it would function under the hood. So technically you are no longer controlling the player object, but the player object still runs everything as normal. Which is the kind of like big key thing with it all. did I do that? Used to be a big Neuro fan, but now I mostly interact with smaller AI VTubers. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm glad that the scene for AI VTubers is becoming a little bit more prevalent. That is cool to hear. Because I know for the longest time, like, there was only 2 that I knew of. No, one of them was Vidal. Hey, no luck, how's it going? Also, you're over there, I see. Contributed to artificial VTubers. We have a big list of them we can find. Nice. That's really cool. I'm glad that, like, again, that sort of stuff is becoming a better and bigger thing. Yeah, VTubers will get you a YouTube job. Oh no. Okay, I like Neurosprite. Okay. Got like 4 different VTubers with 2-ish watches on my YouTube home. I mean, that's gonna be how it goes, right? It's like you've looked at one, now you're gonna get recommended a bunch. Was that Fuwawa? Yeah, we do have Fuwamoko sprites. These ones are like the full finished idols. Or at least finished for now. I won't be implementing her for a little while though, so. But yeah, the Bow Bows. That was, here's Moko. But yeah, we did those. I think, did we do all of them on stream? I think I did most of it on stream and then, like, finished all of it off stream. Nah, whenever the dev tries to make them autonomous, the viewership is tiny. Clearly, they need the dev at least in chat, so the human element isn't going anywhere soon. Oh yeah, no, like, if we're talking very seriously, the vast majority of the charm with Neuro isn't actually just Neuro, it's the dynamic of Neuro and Vidal, right? I'm pretty sure that's something most of us can kind of agree with. Like, Vidal's fucking hysterical, he's an awesome person. And it's cool to kind of see what Neuro can do when she is left alone, but it's that. Is Evil Neuro going to be a separate character? No, I believe, if I recall correctly, it's her ult is going to be switching to to Evil. With the Twitch guy, VTubers work best in collabs and interacting with people. Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's what got Neuro popular, right? It was collabs with other VTubers. And it was like seeing how she interacted with them and seeing the sheer fucking psychoticness that came out of those and how fucking hysterical that was in the end. But now she and her dev stream shorter and her audience grew. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing is that also aspect of streaming, like, all the time isn't actually the correct thing. It's to stream at relatively reasonable times as well. But yeah, no, and only AI all the time, I feel like that would get boring. So she's like that class from MapleStory where you play as 2 characters? No, it's probably just gonna be a power-up at this point. Like, it's calling Evil for a little bit to, like, replace her. Sort of thing. Just give her basically bonus stats and stronger. Because Evil's definitely stronger, right? No, it's probably not going to be anything too substantial. I mean, realistically, you're still not even playing Nero, right? We can play around with it a bit more at some point, but one idea I could put forward, but it might just not be feasible, is Evil is basically a clone of the player, and it means that you just get 2 Neuros for a little bit. Except one of them's just a summon instead. And it echoes all your weapons when you would. But that just seems such an unnecessary amount of fucking work. For like a very little payoff effect. Because you have no idea how much work is going to have to be done on the programming side to make that even feasible. And it would just not be great. Amazing how fast you made that sprite. Yeah, no. I mean, like, I should get better at this stuff. I still want to tweak it a little bit. I mean, I still haven't added the shading to the face. That's one thing I need to kind of start doing here. Just be that. So we get a little bit of shadow from the hair. I probably want to add in a little bit more shadow here. And is there anything else I think needs to be done here? I think the best way to implement for holocure would be to have them as separate characters, non-playable things, being computer controlled, and the ult would be thing. Well, so with the one we've gotten this, where is the dock? Do I not have the dock open anymore? I do not have the dock open anymore. Okay, give me a second to open the dock. United design list. So let's see, there we go. There's Fuamoko. So the idea with Fuamoko was, and this is kind of like slightly newish, but always kind of was something I was gonna do. Was you're like, the other one that you're not playing is running around and doing stuff, and casting some basic things, and the ult is swapping between them. So it becomes this kind of thing where, like, you do have like this almost cooperation sort of thing, but not at the same time. It becomes an interesting one. This one's obviously a lot like the clone will be very much on the simpler side with what it will be doing. The most likely thing I'm going to do is just have it using the main weapon of the character, the Fluff and Fuzz. The variant that would be used for that relative one. And I would probably try and stick relatively either close in Fua's case, and then it would try and be further away in Moko's case. Right? Because of the style of the weapon. That was the idea that we've got for that one. It's not going to be too hard to do. I think the discussion we had on it was the other one's going to be a summon, and what will happen is when you activate, it will swap the position of the summon and the player, so you get that effect of like you move over to the other one, and then it will swap the models. It will swap the sprites for them. So it basically feels like you have swapped to that one, but you're actually swapping with that one and not losing any functionality because of it. And because of the way we have the camera working, it will actually create a slight drag effect for it. So it will actually feel like you're getting flicked to the character, which will be kind of fun. Because, as an example for the drag effect, the very beginning of the game's launch is kind of an example of it. I think it's only like the only time we actually have a reasonable example of it occurring. So if we launch the game and give it a moment. It's going through the fucking writing stuff. Give it a mo. I actually can't even see the progress bar for the build. Because it's in the top right, which is where my fucking mic is. So that drag there, that is the example of it. If you want to see an AI VTuber with true insanity, I recommend Burnt Melba. She actually has her going insane as part of her backstory and deliberately made to hallucinate. Oh, boy. Are all those characters ready? The ones in game? Yeah. I think outside of the ultimates and assists for Cinder and Matara, I think they're currently not functional. I think those are the only things that are not there. Matara's one's one that I'm still like tossing up how I want to approach it, by the way, because I'm gonna beg the question here. So I don't think it's actually even oh, it kind of is there. Okay, so the text for it's there, well, part of it is, but this is very much in its loose sense. So her ultimate is that she basically becomes big, can't take damage, and just deals damage where she walks and gains an area buff. That's probably all I'm gonna do for it. Question, would you like to see it that her base sprite becomes massive, or would you prefer to see it turn into a different sprite? So, in a sense, would you like it just to be really big Matara, or would you like it to kind of have that full moon almost aspect where it changes into a new creature? Because Matara does have, like, a few things I could do for that, but it does require, obviously, a lot of time and asset work. It just means that I could potentially do a higher resolution thing with it. Both sound good, but I think bigger base form would be more apparent, more full on, and becoming massive seems fun as long as it's not too annoyingly big. Oh yeah, it's not going to be like insane. It's going to probably be like maybe 3 or 4 times size sort of thing, like that kind of range. So a player could hide behind you very easily, and things will become a bit obscene from that, and it'll be funny. But otherwise, not much. Cinder's ult. I'm trying to even remember. Does it even have it described in here? No, it doesn't. Because none of her descriptions are actually finished yet. Because that's, yeah, that's Matara's description. That's not even there. That's not written. That one is. Her item and her passives, her passive and her ability and her weapon, they're all implemented. They're just not there, right? Could be her blue fire form. So I actually have her alt run somewhere. Her blue flame is her ability, which I'm gonna probably stick with it like that for now. I think becoming a larger new creature would be very fun on the player side. Because if I was to do that for Matara, it would kind of be like the Tyranid version of her that we've seen. But yeah, so that's where the blue flame comes in, and it really does get, like, I stand by, I think Cinder might actually be one of the stronger characters now. And is why, like, I actually am happy one of the things isn't working on her, because I think it would push her too far over the line in terms of power, because her item's actually supposed to heal her on hit, and I don't think it is. And I'm gonna be honest, I think that's the correct choice, because she is a perfect example of an escalation killer. If we just quickly pull up the doc again, keeping in mind the doc is behind on what actually is functional. So this kind of is what Hellhound Heart does. This kind of is still what the weapon does. Blue Flame has, it's this sort of. Here we go. So, yeah, Demonic Waves is the ult. Gain a boost of movement speed and dodge all attacks for a short while. Dodge is an interesting one because I want to add a specific bit of code for that. Because I've always wanted to try and add in dodge chance stuff properly. So that's kind of why the EX hasn't been done. I believe we've added cinders in correctly. I'd have to double check. To be fair, I still think there's one item in the game that does need to get like a potential relook at, and I keep relooking at it every like 2 weeks because I think it's constantly getting bugged by something. So I'm gonna have to revise that, which is the, what's it called again? Speak of the Devil, Iron Mouse's item. The one that gives you area based on your defensive stats. I'm pretty sure it's not, I think it's snapshotting and it's not continuous, which is what it should be. Like, it's snapshotting on level up, what the stats you'd get, not continuous. So, like, it's not getting your live values, and if it's not getting your live values, it's completely useless. And based on the stats that I was seeing coming out of it, it actually might need to get buffed, which I'm scared. I'm always scared to buff Speak of the Devil, because the moment that thing gets buffed, it gets very scary. It's a very temperamental thing. But yeah. That's not what I wanted to open up. This. Or is there anything more I want to do with this? I think I can tell that that's nearer, right? If I miniaturize it like that on my screen, that still looks fairly Neuro-esque. Think that's distinctive enough. I don't like the cowlick. I'm gonna be honest. I want to find a better way of doing that. That's, I think, the thing that I'm getting bugged by the most at the moment. Because that doesn't look good. That doesn't look great. And then having it flattened doesn't look good at all. I feel like that's the correct way it should be done, though. Alright, we'll go with that for now as the baseline. So now here's the fun part. While it may have seemed like I did the sprite overall very quickly, there's a problem. Now, it's not actually that bad because we have one advantage with a good chunk of this. So let's first deal with the core stuff that I'm going to have to deal with. I don't see any problems. Yeah, I'm not so sure I agree. It'd be funnier if it was one frame that was the naked one, right? Because then it, like, flicks between it. She was originally supposed to be the evil version of Melba Toast, the VTuber that evil Neuro hallucinated into existence, and the fans then proceeded to make real. Though the original is on hiatus now, her dev makes some great Vocaloid covers using her you can find on YouTube. Ooh, that's kind of cool. That is actually cool. Should make one frame of evil look like the Terminator skeleton? What if? Now hear me out on this one, and I'm not even kidding with this being an idea. It would be a bitch to do, but what if I don't quite do that? I make two different idle/run animations for evil. Actually, no, only idle, so it's an Easter egg. Only idle animation, so you have to be standing still. For evil, and then have it have a chance to switch to the other idle animation, and in the other idle animation, there is a single frame that is the the Terminator skeleton. So it is a complete, irregular, very, very rare event, little Easter egg thing. I would be very down to do that as a funny joke. It would be a hell of an annoying thing to get all the stuff for it done, but we could do that. Just imagine someone like half paying attention stand still during the ult, and then just like it stands still during the ult and it's just dun 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 dun. It's like, what? I could try and do something like that. Sounds like an amazing idea. I kind of like it as well, I'm gonna be honest. We will see. I'm not going to commit to it now because it's gonna, like I said, going to be a pain in the ass. But it would be kind of funny, right? Alright, let's start getting this outfit carried over. So first of all, this is the best part we have. This is the exact same. There is no changes whatsoever that really need to be made to this frame. It is 1 and 3 are the same. So it's never actually truly that bad. Evil had full access to a quantum computer, should totally go full Ultron. Dude, I would go full Ultron, what do you mean? I think most of us would go full Ultron at this point. Time to go find a Korean medical or fund. Dude, I stand by. I know if I ever got the opportunity to like download my brain into a computer to be an AI for the rest of eternity, I fucking would. And what's worse is I would, like, the problem is, right, is I would probably be able to go from that point in time, from processing speed and information gathering availability. I could probably solve a lot of things in the world, but you know what I'd do? I'd solve them and never tell anyone how to do it. And I would just watch the whole world fail to do these things and go, man, y'all stupid as fuck. Be so funny. DNA to make insulin, yeah. To be fair, my body sucks, they can have it. Have you seen the new Terminator animated show? It's pretty crazy. I have not. I heard about it though. I haven't looked into it. Guess I should then. It relates a lot to what you're saying. Oh no. That's not a good sign. Explores a lot of good new ideas. Ooh. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of what Terminator's been needing, so... No offense to Terminator, but jeez, that franchise has not done well for itself for a good while, in my opinion. Alright. You can blame nostalgia culture, or bad remakes, or both, or none. I'm gonna be honest, so what you said there is exactly my issue with a lot of those movies, is that they spend so much of their time trying to, like, remind you of why you liked the first movie, to then instead not, like, actually make an interesting and compelling movie. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't need to be reminded how much I enjoyed the first Terminator, or the first two Terminators, I guess. I enjoyed them, and if I enjoyed them, I'll go watch them again. No. Spend your fucking time making a further compelling story, instead of whatever the fuck you did. This is where it comes to that whole thing of, like, if you're gonna use Arnold Schwarzenegger in your fucking Terminator movies like they keep fucking doing in the shitty, atrocious way they do, and shoehorn him in almost in the stupidest fucking ways just so they can have him in there for nostalgia, yeesh. The first two were the best. They were great. I enjoyed the first two Terminators movies. Like, I think it's always gonna be a good movie to kind of think back on and enjoy. And that's kind of that point, right? Is like they're timeless in a sense. But yeah, no, it's like, actually, ironically enough, movies that a lot of people have started to be better about praising, but it's a great example of what I'm talking about, is Star Wars. The original trilogy and the prequel trilogy. The prequel trilogy was, in a sense, kind of this problem where it's like, oh, well, they're just doing more of it because blah blah. This prequels were great in their own regard, and irregardless of the original, which is a great thing. It is an important thing to do. Proves practical effects are easier and still look as good as... Well, so, okay, you want the real answer with the practical versus CGI stuff? It's cheaper. It's cheaper to do CGI than it is to do practical effects. And because of safety regulations and all sorts of stuff like that, it's just easier to not put your actors in any sort of dangerous position, so you don't have to pay them extra, and you don't have to pay for certain teams to be there at certain times. You can literally just have them jump, and then you can get someone with a laptop to add an explosion in post. Now, does it look anywhere near as good? No, it often doesn't, and it's normally quite obvious. But that's genuinely the thing. And that, yeah, I mean, like, this, I will agree with the complaints towards, like, the Marvel movies, where the fact that a lot of the recent ones, it's like 90% a green room and a bunch of people in mocap suits. I'm gonna be honest, yeah, it's noticeable and it's kind of meh. Like, give me more of that practical stuff we miss. It's great. It's silly, it's janky in some ways sometimes, but it's great. The problem is, then you get stuff like fucking Supernatural with the Wires scene with I think it was Michael and Lucifer fighting, and it's literally so obvious it's on a wire thing. It could have been a stage production done by high schoolers, and in fact it'd still probably be better fucking quality. It's just irritating. The difference is, with VTubers, they tell you about the yeah. Yeah. It is a complaint I will have to the end of days towards how that stuff is handled in, cinema. And it's not gonna go away, right? Like, we all understand that it's not going to change and fix. And that's not being, like, cynical and depressing, that's just realistic expectation. the new Marvel movies and stuff, they hire good CGI artists, but they give them a lot of work with very little time and lower pay than they deserve. That's why CGI looks so bad now. In a sense, yeah. I, that is definitely an element of it. The problem overall is just pure like mass production issues. If I was to like really shoehorn into a lot of that, is that you have to do so much that it just kind of becomes impossible to do all of it. It's surely gonna get better with more quality. Might get to a point where it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I'm not saying that that isn't the case. I mean, there have been movies with large-scale CGI as part of them that look pretty decent. Fuck it, the first Avatar movie held up pretty decently, in my opinion. I did go back and rewatch that last year. But yeah, no, so going on to that though, sorry, I just got very focused there. Going on to that, it's not that I think anyone believes CGI can't get to a substantial point. It's the problem that currently the approach to a lot of this, and because of the large-scale manufacturing process of AAA things like Hollywood movies, it just kinda doesn't get there. Because it just can't. It's that whole issue across the board of understaffed, underpaid, overworked. And before anyone says this, that is the case across the board for a lot of things. This isn't just the CGI department, it's the writers as well, and the worst part is with writers is that they're basically considered freelancers, so they just get fucked over constantly, which is why we had the writer strikes. All sorts of that sort of stuff. Like, there is no great thing of it. Currently. So funny. No, sorry. God damn it. Hee 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 hee. Hee hee ha hoo. Hee hee ha hoo. that it's just that. Like baby Bowser. Oh, don't. None of that. Yeah, at least it's not Bowser or any shit like that. Alright. Yeah, that one doesn't look great like this. Maybe it's a little extreme. And then... Sorry, I know that it's getting on that, like, quieter side. It's the focus mode. What do we think? I think the little bit in front of her face is moving a little too much still. Let's see. Get. Stole my very neuro. I don't want to play this game anymore. God damn it. Very neuro. Very demure. Okay, that seems a bit better. Cool, there we go. That is the idle animation. Which, let's just quickly export that as a GIF at 400 play pixel ratio export. Animation loop. Before I do that, I think it's supposed to be what is this one again? This is that I feel like I have it on one of my files. Is what is supposed to be the thing for this. It's not like 500, is it? No, it's a lot less than that. 300? Right. Let's see. Alright, there we go. So we'll leave that at that for now. I could do like the run animation, but I might leave that until I get feedback from one person. Whether or not they like like that, because it's the person that I'd be doing the touch-ups for and such. Alright, with that being the case, we were working on shrines primarily last time, right? So, I haven't found a good solution for the issue that we had before. Which is the loading ring thing. I'm still not sure how I want to approach it, is the short answer. There's a couple of ideas I have, the problem is all of the best ideas require so much resourcing and time and effort that I don't think are feasible. So to kind of showcase what we have done with shrines, up till now, we have this as a shrine now. And if we stand on it, you'll see very quickly there's the loading bar, and then it will spawn the things as per its required thing. Now, the functionality is not really what I'm fussed about, because that's stuff that needs to be done as time goes on. One thing I might do is quickly have the fade out of the shrine done, because I do want to have a fade out of the shrine. So this begs a question, and I'm going to pose it to y'all, what you think sounds more interesting. Both are, well, one of them's definitely faster to make than the other. So, two things. So, how the shrine disappears, or how end a shrine. Right, so the end of the shrine, we've got two options. First is basically have it like full fade out. So it would start becoming transparent. So it would go from very physically seeable to like just lightly seeable. It's really hard to kind of showcase that, but like it would just go from that to nothing, but it would be transparency. Right? So that's how we could do it. This isn't a very hard one, this is a very fast one I can implement via code. The other is an animation. Now, to explain the animation I would probably be doing at this stage would be literally, it would take the shrine and I would just start basically erasing from it. So it would be bits and pieces of it, like bits and pieces of pixels, be irregular, and then it would just basically do that. I know you're not going to be able to see much of this, to the point where it's just like little bits. And it will just pixel out and fade out like that. What do we think sounds more fun and interesting? I like the animation one. That's fair, that's fair. Also, feel free to throw any other ideas into the pot. Animation? Alright, well, I'm hearing animation's definitely gonna probably be the one then. Okay, so with that being the case, how am I gonna approach this? Let's just pull up the thing. Commands you? Commands me? You can command nothing. You have no throne here. Okay, if we're gonna do this, how do I want to do this? Because technically there is also some other things I need to do to the base shrine, and I'm wondering if I get that done first. Animation, but it can be tied to progression. Each tower of the shrine is to put something unlocked. No. So keep in mind with what the shrines actually function as, is it's basically you go to it, you activate the shrine for a challenge, and you complete challenge and you get reward. That is it. And then the shrine disappears and will appear somewhere else. It's a magical shrine that exists outside of the realms of normalcy. Yada yada yada. But I do like the idea of tying it in with the whole solstice stuff. That would be interesting. Also, yes, I guess happy winter solstice. Yeah, no, the shrine is not stationary. When I say the shrine's disappearing, I mean the entire thing. Right. For now, let's focus on... Let's hide the pillars so I can work on this other part that I need to work on. Have a unique flame or light for a different tower based on RNG. Oh. I mean, maybe. Tell if it's a buff that buff they want. It's not a buff that you get out of it. It's a straight reward. It is it drops the same thing bosses do. That is it. That is all it does for you. It drops a crate. It doesn't do anything else. So there's no, like, unique reward that the shrine gives that nothing else does. It is so keep in mind, the shrine is best understood with it as an opt-in challenge. During your run, if you feel confident, you can go activate the shrine, that's if there's a shrine available, to increase difficulty of some capacity by it being you have to survive enemy waves. It might spawn an additional boss that isn't like a boss that the rest is. It might just spawn a random boss. It's things like this. That is what it will do. But it will like it will just reward you very flat. You do not need to do them. They are just a additional thing you can choose to do along with everything else. So that's the important part to consider with this. So it's kind of like Halo Scars. In a sense, that might not be an inaccurate way of looking at it. Like, this is why I say, if you've played the League of Legends Swarm event, the Belveth Towers are probably one of the best examples of this. Same with the Yumi Towers in a sense, but like, the idea is that it's a thing that can spawn. You go do it. If you want to, if you do it, you get another crate. and crates are normally only dropped by bosses, which means that you're basically getting a reward for killing a boss for doing this. That's pretty good. I don't think you can complain about that kind of reward. Basically, a boss reward, you only get like 4 of those technically in a run because you kill 5 bosses. So think on it kind of like that. It's basically, it's giving you potentially a much higher power ceiling, but it requires effort on your end to get to that power ceiling. If you're having a bad run and you go pick up the shrines, you're probably going to just end up finishing that run a lot faster than you intended to. Speedrun strats, yeah, but it's speedrunning in the wrong kind of direction, right? That's more what I'm looking for. Alrighty. Okay, question. Do we, anyone feel free to drive with this one. Do we want it kind of like this, or do we want to have it actually have a bit of motion in the water? I feel like it should have a little bit of motion. But I feel like this also looks quite nice, especially for a very mystical shrine, right? Like the stillness of the water gives it almost that extra mysticism. I would still probably add a little bit of an animation just to kind of indicate something, maybe, but little animation gives it a bit of motion. That little motion gives it a bit of life. Keep in mind, I will be approaching these leaves. Those will be getting moved as well. Do you think the water needs to move if those are moving? Or is that maybe also too distracting? That's another argument to kind of think about. Maybe just lighting from the lamp? What if I took this? No motion might look unnatural, but also that's kind of the point, right? That's what I'm trying to say, is that, like, there is a charm for it being unnatural and eerie. I agree that Ripple will probably look best, but I was just kind of, like, playing around with that idea of, like, maybe having it super mystical and like this makes it have a bit of a different charm as well. Let's play around with it a little bit. Maybe only the light flicker and everything else still. That would give it a bit of a mystic vibe. Like only the light's reflection in the water to make it more mystical. How would we do flicker of light on the water then? Let's see. What if we do... That doesn't look great like that. Make it flicker if I have it. No, I don't think. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good answer for it. I'm not coming up with anything. Oh, I think I'm gonna play around with this stuff quickly. Nah, it doesn't look great, does it? It'd need way more subtlety to it to really bring that in. What was the fucking one setting so I can see both ways on it? Um, was it onion skin? Yeah, that's it. Okay. This bit here, this bit's the big problem. is a complex one. Okay. Okay. So if I turn off this, what if we think of it like this? So it will go through like that. I think that looks decent. So now let's go hit the other one then. Nice and simple. So that's that. I like the idea of just that, then we probably should do the ripples then. I am starting to feel a little on the hungry side, so like I said, I might just go quickly, like, toss something together, like some toast or something. Just to eat, because I've had a single muesli bar, and that's not doing me well, so I'll be back in a moment. I have toast. Ah, I have toast. I've returned. Sorry about that. I'm gonna just finish eating my toast. Yeah, that creates a very stagnant looking thing overall still. So I do think that the water just needs motion. Yeah. If I am gonna do the cherry blossom moving like that, I'm gonna have to have the water moving, I think. Okay. So looking at that. Pics that are already on the screen from the game, it's hard to tell what the player's eyes will perceive the animation, making it still might say RAM. Yeah. Yeah. Can I bring back the onion? See? No. I cannot. That's annoying. something like that. Okay, that's starting to look quite nice like that. Cool. I'm going for very subtle overall for the effect, if you're wondering. Okay, I think I like that a lot. If you're wondering, I'm going to have it bounce, so it's going to invert and when it gets to the end and come backwards. I don't think I have an easy way of testing that on here though, sadly. So it's going to look very hitchy because it's going to go to 5 to 1, which is going to look like it's the same sort of thing, but kind of inverted a little bit. Alright. Then... trying to think how I want to approach this next bit. Hmm. I can't draw to. Be nice if I could. If that landed did a flip every once in a while, that'd be mystical. You know, you've got a point. Hey yo, do a flip. Like the tree sentinel? Oh, the tree is sentient. Sorry, there we go. Tree sentinel? I'm like, what? Isn't that a Dark Souls thing? No, yeah, Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Yeah, that one. I'm knowledgeable. You don't sound convinced of yourself. I never do. Alright, that's the simple answer. How do I want to approach this? There is a cheaty way I have for this. I'm gonna try and do the cheaty way. I don't remember the fast way of doing this. Why not draw a mystic symbol instead of random lines like the magical circles? Okay, what do you mean? Because we're doing how it's disappearing. So you want it to, like, be a symbol that makes it disappear? How will you... what? This is the vanishing part of this. I clicked a few wrong buttons there, don't mind me. then the base. Let's see. Well, seeing you draw is making me think that your favorite thing to do is to make art and is not a tedious job at all. I stand by. I wish this stuff was like I wish I had the passion for art that I once did. I stand by that every time I think on it. It's just I don't. I really like those first 2 frames. I'll come back to this at some point. Crows now appear when I whistle. I've been whistling out. God damn it. Bloody Disney princess energy, man. To be fair, someone walked past while we were playing last night at the card shop room, whistling the Kill Bill whistle perfectly. Everyone like stopped playing for a solid second and just was like, shit. It's very funny. Oh, apparently there's official Miku licensed cosplay now. That's kind of cool. Just saw that. Also saw Cottontails has been having a lot of issues with her ASMR channel. Just fucking shitty to hear. Like, it's just upsetting to hear some of that stuff, right? YouTube has not been doing a great job with certain things recently. Right. Feel kind of stupid for not whistling to begin with when training them. Sure. Went to the card shop yesterday. Yeah, that's how I play Fridays now. I go and like went last Friday and I went this Friday. It's been good. Turns out the new one has a leg missing and scratched surface, so I guess I have a normal desk until Christmas. God damn. You're having a time of it, Devil. You're having a real time of it. Oh god. So, y'all wanna hear a copy pasta that's just like really stupid? Did I get any new cards? I did. I mean, I got my 2 packs. I got one of the cards for my deck that I'm happy I got there because it was a card that's like fucking 20 cents, but the issue is that like nowhere sells it because it's 20 cents and nobody gives a shit about it and just kind of toss it in random decks. So I'm happy about that. But yes, so here's a copy pasta for you that's really fucking stupid. I've heard this before, and it's very funny. It hurts me though. Alright. So during CBT, closed beta test, the company will often engage in SM, search and moderate, to prevent as many BBCs, bursts, bugs, and crashes. They often have a sizable BBW, bug bounty winnings, and will use it to make sure that their MILF, meter infrastructure limited functions, are up to par. Then they'll engage in BDSM, bounded defense and security measures to clear up the project of any unwanted interventions. I hate it because that's basically what it ends up being with that shit. Like, here, give me a sec. I'll copy and paste it so you guys can have a look over it. And can copy and paste it other places for me. If you want. You're welcome. Fuck you. I have seen it before, though. I have seen that one before. There you go. It's... I welcomed already, goddammit. Wait, did they send that twice on YouTube? It looks like, oh no, it looks like it attempted to send it, but it's too long on YouTube. Maybe? What happened? I want to see what it looks like in this. Yeah, it can't send it on YouTube, it's too long. So you're gonna get part of it. Get fucked. I love working in BDSM. Yeah, I know you do, Yost. I know you do. Copy pasted? Hell yeah. It's fucking so stupid. I burst out of laughter. I'm glad. No, I remember, I think I saw it on a Thor stream. Was how I saw it. As I think it was one of the TTSs that got sent in. And like just watching Thor's reaction to each part of it and just seeing him go, I hate it because it's true. Like, not even as a joke, by the way. Like, I have actually had some like documentation come past me back when I was working. That did have some things like this where I'm just like, can we change the can we change this a little bit? And they're like, why? And it's like, I'm not gonna say because it's a work safe environment, but I would like to not have this here because it may look unprofessional. If you're wondering, one of the ones I know I remember is actually the CBT closed beta test. We actually did call it that a few times. And yeah. I don't think I've ever called something the meta infrastructure limited liminal functions like that though. We did actually at one point call it was the BBB, which is the bug bounty board. We did have that as a thing internally. I do remember that one, which is really funny for that one. And then I think we just nicknamed it as what was it? Was it Hive? Because it's 3 Bs? I think that's what we ended up calling it. It's the Hive. You go look at the Hive. Got Divine Retribution. Bro, I fucking hate... You know what I hate? Is I'm genuinely... So, I'm kind of over it now, but the other day, I just woke up, clearly slept on my neck wrong, and I had that pain, like, in the back of your neck that just is the worst. Yeah, it's still going. It's been days now. I love getting older. Cognitive behavioral therapy. Yes, That is actually the thing for that, and that's always really funny. But yeah, no, in the technical sense, we do have acronyms that are actually fucking moronic and are really funny. I mean, I love how, like, explaining some of them to people as well on the outside, it's just like, why did you ever call it that? And it's like, we don't know. Yeah, no, we used to call our bugs bounty board the Hive because it's 3Bs. I remember that because like someone thought it was the funniest thing ever, and it actually ruined an entire day of work because someone told them that, and like they just couldn't stop laughing, and just everyone else got so like either they got caught up in the laughter or they got so irritated they just want to go home. And I'm like, we're not getting any work done today. Let's just go. I'm gonna work at home. Fuck this. What was the really stupid one that sounded like you saying a dump? It was like data something. I can't remember. Hey, Nya, how's it going? Is it data upload? I'm doing a little bit of daily studying for certification. There was a chapter about US privacy laws. Ooh. AKA US freedom. For fuck's sake. No. No. That is like they kind of had a couple of things and they're like, wait, we can make this work. I hate that. I hate that. I'm glad I'm studying electronics. Why? If America, if the US is so great, why is there a USB? Got my first vacation since September and signed the apprenticeship contract, so finally 100% relief. Fuck yeah, Nya. Fuck yeah. Studying the chapter made die inside. Yeah, I can see that. But especially ensuring effective discipline over monitoring. Can feel the cringe either way. Yeah. Hell yeah, devil, hell yeah. Funny part at the end of the page, the next chapter, Chinese privacy law standard. I was wondering, what would be? Flip the page, not even half the. Sounds about right. Well, yeah, it's. Yeah. To be fair, right? Yeah, this is the fun thing. Privacy law in China is so weird. And then there's also like intellectual property stuff that's really, really weird as well. Basically, everything's kind of free use in some ways, and it's weird. Not as bad as Korea. Korea, I believe, has no restrictions. Which is why, like, how we make the joke about the McDonald's in anime. They can just straight up have McDonald's and they have no legal repercussions for it. Because all brands are public by the nature of what they are. So therefore you can use it. It's very weird. Very, very wild if you think about it like that. Oh, dude, I kind of want to go watch Sayu's female debate, new female model. Does sound really cool. Well, it looked really cool from what I saw of the tease. I don't like Whack Donalds, exactly. Whack Nonalds. Whack Nonalds. There we go. Whack Nonalds. Whack-a-mole? I love how I just spent a shitload of time on something I'm probably not even going to implement right now. Fuck, goddamn. Okay, I'm not going to too fuss about the fade out. What do I want to actually do right now? I have been all over the place. We've done... It dropped a message, did it? Wait. I don't see any message outside of the communists. Oh, wait, if it dropped it on your end, see how there's this option here, live chat and, top chat? That'll probably be what it is. Because anything on the screen is, live chat. Top chat just filters weird things out. It's, honestly, I wish it wasn't the default. Or you could set it. It's really bad. Babysitting is pain. That's fair. I don't see it here and on PC. Yeah, but are you on top chat or are you on live chat? That's what I'm saying. Top chat and live chat, it will default to top chat. It will always default to top chat. You need a plugin to not have it default to top chat. And if you think that's stupid, it is. Most people don't like it. YouTube chat sometimes weirdly drops my messages too. Like, okay, so there's two things that can occur. There can be, it will filter it before it even sends, and it looks like you sent it, but it will never turn up on my end. Then there is the live chat and top chat. Live chat is literally just the raw chat. Top chat is, it will, in quotation marks, pick what it thinks is best for you. And removes spammy bot things if it thinks that's the case. Or it removes messages that might be a little controversial, but the range on that is really fucking wide. YouTube censors randomly, yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I wish... So, my two things I wish for is, if I set it to live chat, it stays as live chat. This is actually a really big deal for streamers, by the way. Because even there you saw I had to actually go in and switch to live chat, which is bad because what happens if other people are in live chat and I'm in top chat, I can't interact with those people immediately. Potentially someone could be harassing, being awful, yada yada yada. The other issue is, you don't get, like, any feedback if your message fails to send because of a filtration on it. Which means that you're left in this weird state where you don't know what has happened. There needs to be some way of telling you, this message did not send. That needs to happen. Those are things that really, really bug me about how YouTube has its streaming systems, and I really hope they improve that. sending, but it never gets sent. Yeah, if it's not synced up yet, it does do that sometimes. Had some messages not go through and had to send on Twitch. Yeah, I have noticed that a couple of times, and it's just, yeah. Yeah, we've had a number of conversations about the weirdness of it all. But the point is that is one of those things that, like, overall, I would say YouTube streaming's very, very good. Especially in this era where co-streaming YouTube and Twitch at the same time is really easy. I really, really wish these things got changed, though. That's why I send YouTube letters. They make it harder. So, I want to get another look at the shrine in game and think about it. I still don't know how I want to handle the, like, activating indicator. Because I just feel like the circle doesn't look nice like this. What I could do... Comments on the margins, if you know, you know. Yeah. What I think I will do... How do I want to do it, though? Okay. Made the shrine from bottom to top. Kind of like loading. Could do a shine thing, but like, so there's a couple of things. There's a lot of difficulties with what I want to do and how I want to approach it. I have one idea though. Its index will equal 3. Let's try this, and then I need to go into here. Zero. So let's do the math on this one. So this will start at 5. 4, 3. So 3 should be correct. Gonna try this. And I'll reposition it if I think this is close to correct, because I want this to be a bit above. Okay, that's kind of close what I want. Needs to be... So, 2 things need to happen to this. This needs to be substantially larger. Transparency can be 1. And the Y position can be minus... right... height divided by... Let's see where that puts it. Circle of light or a halo around the head of a deity or a saint, by extension any luminous or colored ring that it encircles something. So I'd love to do that, but I just don't have a good system for it right now. So I'm trying to find the, kind of like in the sense, the shortest approach to the answer. Shortest approach to the best kind of visual thing for now. If I come back to it later with a better answer, we have a better answer then. But I think that looks solid for now. What do we think? Does that work? I think that, yeah, I think that works for now. We can probably make that look prettier and better later, but that your brain can figure out that that is what is going on pretty easily. The aura around the character disappears under the shrine. Aura around the character. Oh, you mean the weapon? Yeah. No, I do know about that. That's I've talked about that before. Like the fix for it isn't difficult. It's just mildly annoying to deal with. It's part of a change I should be making to the vast majority of weapons at some point, which is not difficult. Yeah. You're just lazy. Actually, truthfully, that is the case. To give an idea, and I can just draw this very quickly to show it. You know what I'm gonna do to the Iron Mic to make it not have too much of an issue outside of like one case scenario, I think. It's basically just going to be that I'm going to get the position of the player, and I'm going to take the good old normal thing where we have it as depth, minus equals minus y, and I'm just gonna do that +1, and it's gonna put it right behind the player. That's it. That's genuinely all I need to do to it. To show it as an example really fast, to show how lazy I am. Player, weapons, weapon equipment. Okay. What? Is it doing that? God, it's weird to navigate like that. Okay. Boom. Did you know that Pathfinder 1E rules are all available for free on the internet? I know that a lot of those rules are actually like surprisingly quite easy and available, and legally available, right? But it's wild to me, that like a lot of those rules do get, like the newer ones get locked behind a paywall, and I get what they're trying to do, but it just feels so weird. There, it's done. In the like stupidest and laziest way possible, it's done. There is only like some mild issues with the back end of it. But it's on a matrices, I believe, which I could potentially rotate the matrix instead of doing what I do. But I think that fucks with the collision a little bit. Oh, the collision's already fucked with. What am I meaning? No, it should be fine. Yeah, I could just probably rotate. We'll see. We'll leave it like this for now, though. And then green tea would mix great with the enormous amount of alcohol I consume. Oh, you wanna hear something sad? I got some sad news. I probably can't get any liquor for the Christmas period. Money's a little too tight, sadly. It is what it is. Alright. Oh yeah, y'all see, fucking, Thor's response to, whatchamacallit, the AI, Twitch emote that they did. Which I think we talked about that, like, basically when they had gotten announced, and it's just like, there, look, yeah. Nah, he's made, like, I think a short talking about it, and just how, like, yeah, it is not acceptable in any capacity. It's really shitty, and it's just really sad, I'm gonna be honest. It's just really, really sad. I only drink because family came. And it's kind of impolite to say no to the invited drink. See, joke's on you, Devil. I drink because I hate of my family. And I don't even talk to them anymore. No, that's not even the only reason. Definitely on the list, though. Nah. I like my alcohol. I enjoy it. It tastes nice. I don't really get drunk, so it's purely for taste. Good times, good times. But yeah, no, I wanted to get my favorite bottle of whiskey, but sadly enough, I think that's like about $100, and I don't think any place here sells it in a way that I can get it in time. That's the problem. Have I tried mead? I have tried mead. I've tried like officials, I've tried homemade. It's not really my kind of drink. I'll say that. Not a huge fan, but it is quite nice from time to time. Sometimes it's about finding that right spirit to allow the inebriated feeling to be absorbed better due to... No, so this is where I say, look, the problem I have is a genetic issue where I have, I've had this explained to me pretty well. I have that enzyme that breaks down alcohol really, really good. Like, I've got that in there because I do have Irish heritage and it apparently is quite prevalent there. But I also have a very high metabolism, which leads to a lot of issues regardless, but it basically means with that enzyme and a high metabolism, I burn through everything so quickly that almost no things actually work well on me. There's a reason why, like, if I have to have anesthesia, I have to have, like, easily double the legal dosage sometimes. Just because of how fucking good my body is at removing that shit, apparently. So that's why, like, the only video that exists of the only time I actually got properly drunk was when I had gone through an entire bottle of duty-free vodka that was 40%, and it was about 1 liter, and I was just drinking that straight, and I hadn't eaten it all that day, and I had other stuff to drink as well. And even then, I was still capable of doing everything. Like, I still had to set up my bed and everything when I got home, and all that. So, even at my most, like, inebriated states, that weren't, like, just general brain damage scenarios, like, simply put, to get me drunk, I need to put myself in the hospital from alcohol poisoning. And my body's good at dealing with that stuff. So that's a sign. An Irish potato kiwi. Dude, I like potatoes. They're great. But yeah, so that is kind of what I, like, mean with that sort of stuff with alcohol. And I'm not trying to say that, like, I'm better for this. It's actually really sucky. Which is why I'm really picky about a lot of the alcohol I drink now. Because I'm now at the stage where I'm like, why would I just drink something that I'm not going to enjoy? This is why the only beers I have are normally like rice-based ones, so pretty much Japanese, like Asahi. Asahi Super Dry is one of my favorites. And stuff like that, right? Like if someone offered me a Tui, I'm a little less inclined. Don't have to spend much to get drunk. Yeah, like one of my friends is like before finishing the first can, he's almost always gone, and it's really funny because it's just like that's like the absolute inverse to me, where I'm like, I don't get this, yet you like take a few sips and you're gone. It's just very funny. But yeah, no, I'm a little sad because I thought it would be quite fun to have that for like the Christmas time. Especially knowing that I'm planning on doing stupid streaming things next week. Ah, fuck. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a very heavy day off for me. It's okay, I can forgive you, that's fair. I'm not going to get plastered over stream time. Fun fact, people with low tolerance to alcohol drink non-alcoholic beer and get drunk even though it's like 0.4% volume. Yeah, no, I have seen that and it's just kind of insane to me. To be fair, I knew someone that had such a poor alcohol tolerance that just being in the room with people drinking could get them drunk just from like the alcohol tolerance, like the alcohol content of the air being breathed out. They were that much of a lightweight, and it wasn't them getting drunk off the atmosphere. It was just like, yeah, no, it's because you so there's two key ways this actually works. By the way, it's either via the breath or it's actually exuded from the person because of the way it's broken down. And kind of goes into the sweat, and then that gets vaporized, and then that goes into the air. So it's really, really easy to get that person was so easy to get drunk. That happened to them a lot. They were perfectly fine, and it wasn't an issue in any way. It was just really, really interesting because basically she would turn up and go, look, I'm not gonna drink more than maybe a little bit, and make sure I don't, because I, again, have how easy I get drunk, yada, yada, yada. And we're like, okay, yeah. And we just saw it in effect every time, and we're like, fucking wild. Genuinely, there was, when we first saw it, we thought people were sneaking alcohol into a drink, and we started, like, being cautious and being concerned. It's like, no, she was just straight up having a Coca-Cola in the corner, and just getting fucking plastered. Fucking imagine, eh? There is a thing that is called something like auto brewery, eating bread. Oh yes, I do know about that one. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did hear about that one. It's a fascinating one. It's that whole thing of like just sometimes the things in your body work in a really strange way. But yeah, it's basically if you have any like hops or grain or anything like that, it just produces an alcoholic thing. Like it actually ferments it out into your body in an alcohol. Like it's just weird. I heard that about people trying to intentionally give themselves that. Jesus, that's a fucking concern. Imagine. That's just being stupid. Let's be honest. It can be life threatening. Yeah, no, it's genuinely like it. I believe one of the times I heard about it was a story of someone that basically well, it's because there's that, but there's also the aspect that like someone basically would keep going to the hospital and getting their stomach pumped and shit like that because it's just they're like, oh dude, you need to stop drinking so much. You're like getting alcohol poisoning. And he's like, I'm not drinking though. Obviously they didn't believe him. But then like they did further tests and found it out. And yeah, no, straight up, he just had this, so he had to like fucking start dieting and shit in a particular way. It was wild. Like his health was really, really taking a downswing for it. Bread and disease are cheap, yeah, I guess. But yeah, it's fucking insane when you think on it like that. So is it actually on the boss of stuff to drop the thing when they die? Yes, it is on the boss. Okay. I'm gonna have to probably make a check mark for that. Poverty's a hell of a drug. Yeah. Magic the Gathering's also a hell of a drug, which is making me into poverty drugs. Dude, I really love Magic the Gathering, but fuck me, man. It's draining my wallet more than I'd like it to right now. I do have a bit of money in from trade-ins though, so that's kind of cool. But the problem is the next order I want to do is like $200. How much is it? Can I even show it? Let me. No, I actually can't. I realize there's no way I can show this because of the store. Gives away where I live. It don't matter. As long as I don't show address, it should be fine. Just double check it doesn't show my address. Yeah, doesn't show the address. I'll play Commander with you on stream once I get a new setup running. Hell yeah. But yeah, so these are the cards that I've like set aside at the moment that I'd like to grab up. So I've got 46 in credit. Yeah, this is almost $300. Which, by the way, if you're gonna ask me like anything about this is pretty much like about the same value as this is pretty much anywhere else. This is how expensive it is in New Zealand, just in general. But yeah. This is the only one for the enchantment. These two are the only ones for the enchantment deck. The Charred Foyer and the Propaganda. I would like to get a different propaganda that's cheaper, but this is the only fucking propaganda they have. And I don't think Hobby Master, which is the other like Kiwi place I normally go with, has any. And I honestly, this is kind of why I want to go check out some brick and mortar places in Wellington, because there's a chance that there's just like a place I can find that might have some of these things because they're not got a website. I was actually told about that being the case. I'm gonna ask that one person again whereabouts they found those and if they'd be willing to drag me along. Because like they found some pre-cons, like old pre-cons at original pricing at some of these stores because they're just not advertised and not sold and everything. I'm like, dude, if I could find like blood rights there, I would actually just fucking froth at the mouth. But yeah, you can probably tell a little bit about the deck that I'm building at the moment just from potentially this card here. I apologize, it's not a deck I want to make, it's a deck that I make out of necessity. I think the rest of this is, this one's for the Stellar Lee deck. I want to put in this Niv Mizzet, because the other Niv Mizzet is in there. I want to put this one in so I can get the infinite combo. There's also another card that's really cheap that I could possibly toss in that kind of accomplishes this as well. But yeah, that's the idea. If you have a PO box, I can send you cards if you got. I live in Canada and Commander was invented here. Card availability is insane. I do not have a PO box, sadly. Yeah. What are your favorite colors or combination of colors? My favorite combination of colors. So this is maybe an example here. So this is the main deck that I've been building, the enchantment one. This is all 5 colors. Yet in here, I believe the vast majority is green and white. There's also a fair bit of blue. But there's also a lot more black than you might expect. New Zealand and Canada have good economic ties. That's true. I should probably have a look. If you flick me on Discord a couple of links to some stores, I might have a look around and see. Like, shipping's always the hard part, because it's always going to be still kind of on the spinny side, but yeah. But if we go through, like, the rest of my deck list, so, again, these are just all the decks that I have. Kind of theorized around and yada yada yada. Let's see, green, blue, fair green, black, blue, black, blue, black. That's just the precon. This one's very red, but that's because it's supposed to be hyper aggressive. I feel like, yeah, black and green are probably the two most common ones you'll see across the board. And the best part is now, so while I do not like this deck, I'm glad I bought it. The Chaos Incarnate one. I've learned why I don't like that one, and it's because I don't really like turning my cards sideways at opponents. I just don't really. Like, I like building up for a combo turn and shit like that. That's why I'm liking the Stellar Lee deck, I think, so much. Is because, like, oh god, one of the turns last night, I genuinely, fucking, what was it? I think I had like 30 draws in one turn. What's that called? Hizuri? Which one? The Chaos Incarnate one. That's Kadur, the Doom Scourge, if that's what you're asking about. Or are you meaning the Luca deck? Because this one I'm not sure about. I kind of want to switch it out for another commander. Because the entire idea of this deck is that I want to get the, what's it called again? The Secret Lair, Liliana of the Dark Realms. That's Luca, the Miku one. So this was me trying to find a good deck that would work really well with producing a shitload of mana and such. I probably need to like approach this deck very differently for a few things, but there's a lot of X spells is the basic idea of it. No, you're asking for the blue-green. Blue-green. Oh, this one? The land one? Yeah, Isri. Oh, sorry, Eshi. Yeah, Eshi. Because originally it was, Tetaviona, but, like, the 1 mana difference for the, life gain is not enough. For all 5 colors, etc. Yeah, I do not know that at this point. I'm terrible with that. But yeah, this one's just land, because the idea is it's a very landfall-orientated deck. I have, like, a couple of the cards that would go into this already, and I just thought it sounded interesting, especially knowing that, Ishi here, I think, is in one of these decks. Not that one. No, is it Grand Larceny? Might be Grand Larceny. No, so then it's in Jump Scare. The reason why I'm looking at these are the ones at the local store. Yeah, there it is. These are the ones at the local store that I can probably get for fairly cheap. They're like, I think they're all sitting at 90 bucks at the moment. There's 90 New Zealand, so. What's my favorite color combination? I would probably lean towards black-green. Don't know what the phrasing for that one is, but I think black-green is probably my kind of like direction I would end up with. I do tend to splash blue in when I have the opportunity, though. Maybe I should also add that in, because I'm not going to deny I do, as you can see with this, Pongify, Counterspell, Arcane Denial, Negates. I do like having counterspells up for it. Black cards for the win. Yeah, I like black cards and a lot of the stuff that they specifically thematically do. And there's a lot of cool beneficial things you can do with them. Mono red or red blue, black blue. Fair. I mean, like, I don't like red's playstyle most of the time, because it's, like I said, I'm not much of a turn sideways at the opponent kind of person. So it means that I can do, like, yeah, like, black's mana, like, there's a lot of interesting ways to generate mana on black, and then green is really heavy at generating mana. So it creates this kind of cool point of call. Like, I think my perfect deck, if I was to ever do just like have a commander coloring that would be perfect for me, would probably be just straight up green, black, and blue. My favorite is all color or multicolor. Multicolor's been fun. I played one deck yesterday that someone lent me before the tournament stuff, which was an Eldrazi deck, so I got to play with both technically colorless, but also all color. That was really interesting. I enjoyed that a fair bit. Actually, yeah, is there any good commander that I feel like would be interesting to look into if that's black, green, blue? I don't know. I started with monocolor. I mean, like, I started with Kadur, so Chaos Incarnate, black, red. And that's why I'm like, I don't really like a lot of the red that's in Kadur. It just doesn't feel fun to me. But I do actually like a little bit of the black in there. But I don't quite like... I like the sacrifice idea, but I want to make a sacrifice synergy deck if I was to do that. But yeah, it's probably another example of, like, even with these two decks here, right? So these are basically the same deck, in a sense. Just with one being the commander and one being the 99, inversely. Look at those, blue, black, and red. Like, I have red as an option, it's fucking minimal. I need to relax, my Edgar Markov one. There is a fucking barely the red in there. It may as well almost not be in there. It's only for like a couple of vampires. Whereas for the Ur-Dragon one that I did, that one does, but that's because it's supposed to basically kill you once I start doing stuff. And that's why, again, like, you could probably look at that enchanting deck as a good example, is that, like, the black might be on the low side for this one, but that's just because there's not really much of a need. There is a lot of white, but that's just because it's, really silly things like the Ghost Dancer, Wrath of God, Redress Fate, which I think is one of the worst cards in the deck, Eternal Armor, Sphere of Safety, Sigil of the Empty Throne, Privileged Position, so it's a lot of the protection stuff. So I do kind of like, I guess I do also like a little bit of white, but this is where it goes to that thing of, at that point in time, I just kind of like having all 5 colors available to me. But yeah, this is the deck that I'm building at the moment, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do it, because the problem is, like, this card here, Zur the Eternal Schema, is so fucking expensive to get into New Zealand. Because it just it's not here. It just doesn't exist. And to give an idea, pretty much any place I can find it on the cheaper side, I'm basically paying it twice just for the shipping to get added in as well. So it's rough. It is rough. But I have a good chunk of these on the way. That's why if I group by collection, ignoring the fact that this is technically in this, I have 31 cards left to get for this. Do you know the card, The Most Dangerous Gamer? I think I've heard of it, and I've had someone probably explain it to me, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. Oh yeah, by the way, when I showed this deck while it's partway done to some people yesterday, basically the consistent thing I heard was, ooh, you've got Doomwake Giant in there. I'm like, yes I do. Don't mind if I do. It's just super fun because of the name. Fair. Because, like, shall we turn the cam on quickly? Let's see, is it going to work for me? Boom, there we go. So this is it currently. This is all the cards I physically have in front of me for this deck. So that's the Planeswalker for it. How is this gonna sit? But yeah, that's the Planeswalker. This is a very fun one. I had to spend like 20 bucks for this because this is like the only version of it. This is a full one that's foil. I think you can kind of tell that it's foil from there we go, the shown angles. But yeah, that one honestly is worthwhile just being the commander if it wasn't for the fact that I was going for a very particular sort of thing and I wanted blue. So you have new sleeves. I have some new sleeves for this one, yeah. I have a lot of different sleeves now. But yeah, there's good old Doomwake Giant. Inquisitive Glimmer, so things cost less is the short answer for that one. It's actually a nice looking one too. But yeah, let's see, enchantment spells costs, you cast cost 1 less, unlock costs, you pay cost 1 less as well. So it means that once I have a room down, I can open it for cheaper, which is, again, the point of this deck. It is a Maria Vidal. Some more enchantment synergy stuff. Like, this is all enchantment synergy, right? Lifelink, enchantment spell you cast, costs 1 less to cast. Honestly, I'm not gonna really use the lifelink on this, because this is just to be a dude to get more enchantments out faster. Which one's this one? This is Sithis Harvest Hand. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you gain 1 life and draw a card. Good little bit of draw engine. Then the Yena Red Tooth. I think I showed this last time. Got that traded last week. That was a very nice one. How does this one work again fully? It's choose target enchantment you control that doesn't have the same name as another permanent you control. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it isn't legendary. If the token is an aura, untap Yena and then scry 2. Activate only as a sorcery. It is a 2-mana tap, but the point of this is, like, in a bad case scenario, potentially, I'm just like, I need to, like, stay safe. Sphere of safety, sphere of safety. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna have enough fucking mana to be able to fight into me at that point. And then get, like, maybe a second, privileged position as well, so everything's hexproof, including itself, because it will see itself, because that says other permanents, so just get 2 of them, and, well, I have 2 now saying it, so everything I have is just hexproof permanently. You can only interact with my casts at that point, right? That's the idea. And then just go through and really just chunk things out. I have a couple of ways of, recursions. I mean, that's why I've got, what's the Hall of Helioid's Generosity, so I can get enchantments, back. Boot Knife. Where? Boot Knife. Do I have something called Boot Knife in here? Are you making me question things? Yeah, but this was the one that I opened from a pack yesterday. It was kind of my point. It's like, it's cheap as fuck, but yeah. Last budget. Oh, yes. Use my memories. Yeah. No, I was like, dealing with things in front of me, okay? Let's see. That's next Born Behemoth. This was actually a suggestion from one of the people there. They gave when I was trading. And I think this was a good suggestion. This is a way of finishing the game in an alternative way by just punching someone in the face. Big thing. It is a lovely 10. It's 12 total mana, 10/10. Spell costs X less to cast, where X is the total mana value of non-creature enchantments you control. So very, very cheap, probably for me. And then Trample, and then also has a 2 mana, sacrifice another enchantment, gains indestructible until end of turn. Since I'm already going to be producing potentially tokens and stuff like that of enchantments, this is something I'm probably a bit more willing to sacrifice into and just make it so it's indestructible. Should be good. That's a nice card. It is actually a really good card for this deck. Like, it's a very, like, it's one of those ones where I didn't think about it, got it explained to me a little bit, and I'm just like, yeah, no, that should go into this deck as a way of winning. Good lord. Good old Zur, this is the other Zur, the Zur Enchanter. That sounds like a good 10 CMC. It's not 10 CMC, it's 12 CMC. It's 10 with 2 green pips. So that's gonna come out as just a 2 cost most of the time for me. But yeah, so the Enchanter, good old, whenever it attacks, you may search your library for an enchantment card with the mana value 3 or less, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. This card's not actually going to be that great in this deck, overall, I think. 10 BBC, yeah. But yeah, so this one's not that great, because, like, rooms don't work for that. You know why rooms does anyone understand how rooms are viewed with something like this? So I wouldn't be surprised if you don't, but it's also like why this is kind of one of the worst, like it's by far the worst legendary in this deck. Because it can only hit so many things. What's the name of the card? It is Zur the Enchanter. So, it's like, here we go. So 1/4 flying. Whenever Zur the Enchanter attacked, you may search your library for an enchantment card with mana value 3 or less, put it into the battlefield, then shuffle. Played 2 rooms decks recently, my memory is foggy. So, simply put, the reason why this isn't great is because when you look at a room's mana cost, when it's in the library, it is both combined. So, if we just speed through a little bit to get to a room, Defiled Crypt Cadaver Lab, right? So this is 3 mana and a black pip here, and this is a black pip here. In the library, this technically isn't a 3/1 and a 1. This is considered technically a total 5. Yeah, it's also 4 mana to bring out the Zur. So it does make it a bit on the rough side, especially knowing it's a black, a blue, and a white. So I do black, blue, white, and then whatever. So it does make it a bit rough. But it is... So it's one of 2 things. It's either a flying blocker for kind of expensive, but it does mean I can pull out, there's a handful of enchantments that this can pull out, and they're decent enough to justify it. Stuff like Propaganda comes under the ruling for this. Propaganda's 3 mana total. What's another good one off the top of my head? Let's see. So I'm pretty sure no room comes under that. Sterling Grove comes under that. Enchantress Presence comes under that. Greater Oromancy comes under that. and Fertile Ground comes under that. It's kind of slow since it doesn't have Ace. Again, it's not supposed to be an incredible card. It's basically, this card is in here to fetch like one of 4 cards. That's the thing. I believe it can only fetch like 4 cards from my deck. Because I'm pretty sure there's not a single room that has a CMC total of 3 or less. Almost all of them are at 4 and higher. Let's see. Yeah, it's 4 or higher. So it's... You might make an argument it's only to fetch 1 of 4 cards. What happens if you draw them, all that stuff. This is redundancy. It means that it's also like a card I'm not too fussed about losing. Stuff like that. Hence why I say, this is by far, in my opinion, the worst legendary in the deck. It's okay to have 1 card that's only a little okay. Especially for a deck like this. Because what else goes in his position then? Probably one of these 2 things over here. So, Cloud Key, into the battlefield, reduce enchantments basically, guaranteed for 3 mana. The problem is that doesn't affect rooms, that only affects the cast. Ghostly Prison, so Propaganda 2, well, isn't that actually arguably better to add to the deck if I have Zerk? It's that kind of thing, right? Soul Ring, I'm sure we all know what Soul Ring does at this point. So, negate, refute, counterspell, and with the intention of getting, I think it's 1 more, counter card. Don't make a sound, right? Yeah. Which, I don't know if Don't Make a Sound's worth it. Like, these 3 alone, these 3 are good, right? I think this isn't for debate. Counterspell, Refute, and Negate are all solid. I also think I have Arcane Denial on here. Give me a second. Yes, Arcane Denial is supposed to be in this deck. But I don't know if Don't Make a Sound's great, because Don't Make a Sound is just a counter unless they pay 2 more. Which, I'm gonna be honest, most of the time I've played cards like that, when it's like a, they need to pay 2 or 4 more, they've probably got it. Especially if it's a really important combo piece. They'll have it out pretty quickly in the turn, and probably have the mana for it. Especially by the time I have, like, the 2 mana I require to start doing the counters. So, I might need to consider that change. Void Rend. This is a very weird addition of it because it's cheap. Which is the can't be countered, destroy non-land permanent, which is decent. But it is for 4 mana, which is 1 black, 1 blue, 1 white. So that's kind of the rough part of it. Get one of those cheap modular blue cards that either counter cheap CMC or give you scry or card draw. Yeah, I might consider adding a little bit of card draw to this. There is some good card draw in here, and there's enough to justify having stuff like Relic Willy Tower in here. Because there's even one of the rooms gives me hand size. No max hand size, so... Supreme Verdict. I have a lot of mass removal, by the way, and a lot of creature-based mass removal. So that's kind of the other part of this deck. This deck does not want creatures on the board. This deck kind of wants to sit there and be uninteractable. So yeah, Supreme Verdict, which is good old, can't be countered, destroy all creatures, for 4. It's 2 blue, 2 white, and 1. Wrath of God, destroy all creatures, can't be regenerated for 4, 2 white and 2 whatever. And then we start getting into the enchantments. So we've got Sigil of the Empty Throne to give me some units to work with, and it's 4/4 flyers, or 4/4 angel flyers, which is pretty nice. That's whenever I would cast an enchantment spell, by the way. I get those, so I get a lot. And then we just go through a shitload of rooms. If you know a bit about rooms, you'll kind of know, but like, all of those are rooms. And that's not all the rooms I intend to get. Should make a Grand Arbiter Commander deck. I'd like that. I might. What is the Grand Arbiter? I'll have a look in a sec. And then I don't think you'll be all that interested in the next few cards. It's just land, land, land. Also, yeah, that's good old Bojuka Swamp Bog, because I don't like someone's graveyard, I guess. Command Tower, Reliquary Tower, Temple of Enlightenment, Stream, Exotic Orchard. Exotic Orchard, by the way, actually is probably quite good in this because it is a 5 pip deck. So, means that technically no matter what, I'll always be able to hit a color I can use. Good old Evolving Wilds goes into every deck, and then this is where we get to that fun part. This is the part where it shows I'm still fairly early on and have a very weak collection. Why am I saying that? So, this is the pile of cards I've shown. This is the pile of cards remaining. What is this pile of cards remaining? That's a plains, that's a plains, that's a plains, 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 island, 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 forest, 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 mountain, swamp. That is all my basic lands. There is a very valid argument to be made. This is a lot more basic lands than I probably should have in them. But I don't really have good answers to it, to not be just that. Like, I would like to grab maybe a couple of those lands, like shock lands and shit like that, but... kind of like a transformer. Oh god. But yeah, if you're interested, by the way, these were the 2 boosters I got from playing yesterday. And outside of the one that I ripped out of this, they're all still here, and they're very kind of disappointing, I'll be honest. Right. They're nothing too interesting. Like, cool land. I'm happy to get more of that land. Sarah Angel foil. I actually have a foil version of this, so I don't know. I did get a refute. I'm always happy to see another refute. That's honestly one of the biggest worth things out of this. It's gambling for you? Yeah, no it is. But the benefit is that technically speaking, so I've talked about this before, the place that I play at, you pay $15 to play for 2 games of Commander. By paying $15, you get 2 packs guaranteed, and packs here cost $10. So it's basically get 2 packs for cheaper than normal and get to play. This is the Duskmourn one. I don't know if this is a good one. This one, by the way, it's foil, but it's trapped in the screen, which is basically Ward 2 whenever this enters the, exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment an opponent controls until this leaves the battlefield. This might actually be worth considering putting into the enchantment deck. You have to pay to play. I mean, I don't have to. I could go in today, in about an hour's time, and I could go play for free. And when I went in early, and I played some with some other people, and that's free, obviously. Is it a tournament or free play? It's a tournament. It's 2 games, structured time limit and everything. There are rewards for winning as well. I have shown the rewards for the last time I played, which I did actually win in, so. But yeah, it wasn't anything amazing. Okay. Yeah, no, like, I could go in today. It's a scheduled time for people to play for free as well. But yeah, like, I've also, every Wednesday I've gone in this Wednesday and last Wednesday, sorry, this Wednesday and last Wednesday. I went in and I played with the staff while I was there. Because it was just quiet, so I could. Where is that one card? Here it is. These were the 3 cards I got for winning the last time. So, Nashi, Searcher in the Dark, Pyroclasm with the slightly interesting art, and Gix, Yawgmoth, Praetor. Honestly, I probably should just sell this card. It is like $10. Because I don't really intend on putting it in a deck at this point, but I also recognize that it's a very good card. So it makes it kind of hard to want to sell it when I think I actually probably will end up playing it at some point in a good deck, right? Because this dude is a 3 mana. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may pay 1 life. If they do, then draw a card. Then it has a 7 mana cast. Discard X cards, exile to the top X cards of target opponent's library. You may play lands and cast spells from among the cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. So, that one's a pretty fucking good card. Like, I would... If I actually commit to making my, like, Grand Larceny deck that I want to make, that's basically Grand Larceny, but, like, very heavily fixed out of, a lot of its weird land stuff that it has, and moves a lot more into the thieving, that's going in there. Pay to play is kind of normal. To my understanding, it kind of is for, like, structured things and, like, game nights at game, shops. But... at that same time, like, for some things, it's not quite so normal. Oh yeah, I probably should sell this card as well. I'm not sure. So this one's worth, like, about, I think, $5 or something like that. It's a special edition Geisha the Hellraiser. Legendary Human Warlock. Ward 2, pay 2 life. Skeletons and zombies you control get +1/+1 and have menace. When you commit a crime, create 2 tapped blue and black zombie rogue creature tokens. This ability triggers only once per turn. It's no different than going to pre-release. Kinda, yeah. Like, you're going to a store for them to run something structured for you, and there are rewards, so therefore they're going to request payment. And I think that's completely fair. I see no issue with that. Once you get a magic ID, which is $10. Yeah, so you have kind of like a subscription thing. We don't have something like that because each store runs it independent of each other. But that is really good. That is really reasonable. But no, it's each store here runs it themselves, so that's why the store where my friends live, where I'm planning on moving, actually has a $5 fee, but it's a random person at the table gets pack. Which, I'm gonna be honest, sounds like shit. Like, that feels like a bad time. I do not like that. if it wasn't for the fact that I wouldn't be able to like easily come back and forth, I would honestly just come down to the shop and play it here. Like, realistically, if I move back there with my friends, I'm probably only going to be playing with them anyway. Or I would come down for something and, like, stay the night here or something, shit like that. I don't know. Like, I'm playing casually, and everyone there is more or less playing fairly casually. They're doing a decent job of being kind and nice. The fact that I didn't get, like, okay, so let me explain the first game. When I said I got knocked out at third and there was only 3 players, I should also reiterate, me and the second place player died at the same time. We just technically considered me third because I had lower health. That was it. Because the first place person, the person that won, had an infinite combo. That dealt 1 damage infinitely. What was it called again? It's, fucking Cauldron Familiar with that one thing that, like, whenever you create a one of these tokens, you create more of them. And then, like, one other card, and it basically means that you just infinitely cycle the combo. And I didn't have a negate. So, yeah. That's simply it. The only thing I had was a counter unless they pay 2 more, and it was at the beginning of his turn, so he had like fucking 10 something mana open. That's nasty. I mean, that's how it works, and I'm fine with that. Like, it took him ages to prepare for that combo. And simply put, like, he kind of had it very clearly telegraphed for a long time. So, not fun to experience. No, yeah. Well, I mean, it was fun to experience. I enjoyed it. I don't know, like, I'm the kind of player that looks at those circumstances and I enjoy them. I like when it's a cool combo that requires multiple things to go right. And not just a linear, I played Sanguine Bond and Exquisite Blood and I've won the game. It's like, well, you played 2 kind of goodish cards and now you've won the game because nobody can stop you. Because the trigger occurs and it just keeps killing everyone. Oh, wow! And it's worse because you get so much redundancy with decks that actually play for that. But as an example, I absolutely love Maze's End. I think Maze's End is a really fun combo. Why? Because you have to do so much weird deck building for it, and it's cool. Sanguine Bond and Exquisite Blood, you can just toss into any fucking black deck and it will work. You don't need to have enchantment support, you don't need to have, like, healing support, you just need to have the thing occur and you're done. And that's something that I feel is a bit and kind of meh overall. Even though I'm building a deck with that. Again, I want to reiterate, if you're playing to win, I understand. But I'm playing for fun. And if your combo is fun, I do not care, even if I'm just dead. That is a very core tenet of my philosophy with a lot of this stuff. There's a reason why I absolutely, to the end of days, have always loved when Mechathune was in the meta in Hearthstone. Like, can I play tempo? I can play tempo if I want to, but I don't like playing tempo. I like playing silly combo deck. Like, fucking... Okay, we've been talking about Magic. I kind of want to play some Magic. But I don't think anyone's available, so I'm going to probably just play Arena. I'm going to show that I can play tempo. I feel like I need to prove that now, because I feel like people are going to misunderstand if I'm good or bad at these games, man. Especially after my fucking display of Commander with Stellarly so far, where I just completely died because someone brought a fucking tier 1/0 deck to the game, and I'm like, I have a precon, my man. Relax. There we go. I'm gonna only play like 2 games. I'm gonna stress that now. This is literally just for a little hot break, because I want to just kind of not do other things. To be fair, I'm also leaning back in my chair a lot right now. I can see that on the model, it's even doing it. It's kind of funny. Do I have a pack? I have a Foundations pack. Incredible. What's this one? Oh god, okay. That's a fun goblin card, I guess. Let's play the deck that I actually built on him. Shall we? See how fucking, my deck building tends to go. Can't attack in. He does have 3 mana. Oh god, what is that? 3/3 beast token, okay. Sacrifice creature. If you do, search your library for a creature or basic land, reveal it, and then put it into your hand. Sure. Okay. Revealed a basic land. Landfall goes to that, yeah. not gonna block that probably. But I don't know if he wants to swing. You want to swing through that for my dude? He does. Surprising. How much have I got open? 3. Oh, well, let's go with the greedy play. Oh, I should have swung with the sun thing. Someplace heal. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so that's gonna be a 7/7 with trample. I block that with the sun bliss healer. So I make a net positive. Never mind. Ah, 4/2 of reach, okay. We'll go with that. Alright then. Is that really worth it? I don't think that's worth it. He's now tapped out. Sure, he probably... I think he's... Oh, he hasn't played land for turn, but I don't... Wow. Buddy, you okay? I was pretty sure I killed him that turn. If not, I wiped him out of the game. Again, this is what I mean by, like, I do kind of know what I'm doing with some of this stuff. I can play tempo decks, I just don't like playing tempo decks. I have a lot of cards I can hit to make this hand very, very good. Like 8 and something cards off the top of my head. And like 4 land in hand's never a bad sign when I've got all the stuff I can cast available. Yep, nah, we hit what we need. Cool. Play this next turn, mana out, play out this one, probably hold the mana, play. Never another angel. Oh shit, it's an angel deck, okay. Well. Cat comes out, play Swamp. Then Twin Blade next turn, or this turn. Probably Twin Blade. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna scale faster than this person. You want to attack? I will block that. Not that stupid. You have 1/3 over 2/3, you have no mana or open. What's your play here, bud? What's up? Yeah, I'll just play some. And play Card Collector. A Cat Collector, sorry. And let's see if there's 2. No, actually, I'm gonna no attack, because it keeps a blocker available for that flyer. Swamp next turn, Twin Blade Paladin comes down. If I hit a 1-cost minion would be really nice. It's either that or a Johnny, the Johnny Projector, whatever the fuck comes to hand. And that one's a better play. Your controller, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Okay. What's that one? It's that can't block, and it's activated. And its activated abilities can't be activated. Does that still mean I can trigger it? Yeah, I don't care then. Oh no, your flyer. My flyer can't block. I'm gonna keep that no attacks. Yeah, no, that just protects my angel. The fuck? Ah, yeah, my heal fucking cycle build cares so much about not being able to attack with that one thing. I'm just gonna play the fucking Inspiring Overseer next then. Gives me a flying blocker. What's this one? Can't attack or block. Exile it. Alright. If you're gonna keep playing like this, bud, you're not getting anywhere. I'll say that now. no attacks. I will leave myself with 2 mana open and won't play the Scourge Battle Barons. They enter tapped whenever a creature opponent controls enter, you gain life. That's kind of... They're gonna scale up with health. Well, I'm gonna have to hit either another Twin Blade or the other dude that scales up, because otherwise I'm just kind of fucked. Oh, he's in second main. So. So he has an action in hand, 3 mana. Few actions I can think of. Okay, so that does go on to step like that, yeah. Oh well. No attacks. Into. Gonna do something on my instep there, bud. One or more toy creatures you control attack player critical. How much mana do I have available to me? 2, 5, 6. That. Wait, no attacks. They have a shitload of blockers. That was an incredible play there, bud. nothing's two or less, right? No. I think we play this out next turn. Play these together, probably. Okay. Looks like you're gonna win. Under most situations, yeah. That's pretty much what's happening. Now that I've got Vengeful Blood Witch down, it's really hard for them to interact with me. And I'm sitting on floating mana, so they can't really do some actions. Whenever another creature you control enters gain 1 life, sure, go ahead, bud. He's only gonna get a little bit of life with that. Like, his things are kinda big and kinda scary, but the fact is, I'm at 40 health. And the moment he starts swinging, I start pinging in return. He can only swing with that thing, is the thing. Because now I have this. The problem is I can't ever hit with this. It is hit with that, the cooped up. But the benefit I have is ping ping. If I hit one of my heal scalers right now, he just loses. That's the point we're at. And we have, how many? 42 cards in deck. We've only drawn one of, like, 8. So we have a very good shot at hitting one in the near future. I think it's a Giant Protector is the other one, right? But yeah, like a Twin Blade Paladin or a Giant Protector just pretty much fucks this up. It's just getting hit by the 5/5 flyer is the rough part, and that's all they can do. I could block. If I declare blocker, I do that, it's still enough. No, I'll take the 5. If I had a minion, I'm happy. Otherwise, I think that's going to be a rough turn next turn. I'm going to have to probably Moment of Triumph into just an attack somewhere. Probably the healer. Might fling that out if I have to. We hit a swamp, incredible. Alright, buddy. This is gonna be a long game. I know that's gonna be a long game, though. That's the issue. Because until I get until I hit a finisher, this game's just gonna go on and on. They didn't block at all? Really? Okay. And that's all I can block with. So I'm taking quite a bit, but let's see. I'm gonna be taking 22. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Alright, that's making this a very rough turn. All but a 10-10? Yeah, all but a 10-10. Now, let's see if you did your maths, buddy. Yeah, that's why you don't swing like that. Cool. Well then. He did actually have a 10-10 blocker, by the way. The problem was the only thing that was actually going to stop him from dying there was flying. So he fucked up. So I hit the vengeful. That's why I was willing to keep just playing. Again, health is a resource. So I want to say, off the top of my head, I had like almost a little under half of my deck was outs, by the way. Or like win conditions that I could hit. Because like I had a Lender, I had the Ajani's Protector, I had more of the Twin Blade, I had ways of exiling enchantments, stuff like that. So I had outs almost the whole time. But they just, that final swing, they needed to hold one back. They really needed to not, like, fucking just send it like that. That was the stupidest thing they could have done. That was the... the actions of someone that's like, oh, well, I just win here, right? That's why I swung like I did, because no matter what, there was no way that they could bring back a win from there. The amount of cards they had in hand, with only one 10-10 blocker, yada yada yada. Which I don't even know if that 10-10... Maybe that 10-10 couldn't block. Actually, I think it can't. Maybe. I can't remember what the dolls do. If it couldn't block, then that makes even more sense. But still, very stupid. Silly mons. Silly mons. So, maybe that's a great showing, at least, of the fact that I do actually know what I'm doing, especially if I'm piloting a deck that's probably kind of decent. Problem is, I'm just not all there yet. Alrighty, so I want to set up a thing in here, in the create event, let's see, so this comes from, enemy parent. What's the thing in this for that? We could have it as the B scoring thing. Enemy scripts. There we go. That should be all that would be necessary for that. So now I have a way of telling the boss if it should drop a crate itself or not, which is good because I can, per se, toggle off that from for a modifier if I wanted to, or obviously when we spawn bosses via a shrine, the boss will be set as a non-scoring, so it won't give you a drop. Alright. Also, apparently Iron Mouse has some tea that you can buy now. Alright, oh, dude, I love, I don't know if anyone's seen them. There is, like, some mods for Zenless where you can, like, get some of the VTubers in there. It's pretty funny. I like it. Iron Mouse is what? Iron Mouse has some tea made for, they have a tea. Some of the VShojo members have teas now of them. Yeah. Wanna try tasting the forbidden VTuber tea? See if we can find her real quick, eh? Let's pull up here. Yeah, there we go. Fruit and Iron Mouse of teas. You can buy Demon Queen tea and Lich tea. It's a raspberry lemonade tea. That's kind of cool. I have Iron Mouse skin and Smite. Fuck yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I did kind of want to go back and play Smite at that point and do some shit for that, but I just can't justify coming back to Smite anymore. But I love it. I love it a lot. But yeah, Fruit's also got one. What's Fruit's one? It is a peach apricot black tea. You know, that's fucking on point. Of course, it's an apricot blend. Man, I want to try these. I'm not a tea person, but I still want to try them, right? The thing is, 27 New Zealand dollars is a little rough. Not counting shipping. Shipping gonna hurt me. Don't worry, I just need to get, what was it, $120 free shipping? Is it? It's up the top here. I'll flick it back to it again. Let's see. Free shipping non-US orders 130 and up. So I need to buy like the entire triple bundle and I get there. And I'm not even then, I still need to order more. Fuck off. God damn. It'd be a rough time. That Giga poster look cool. Hell yeah, Giga. You slay, girl. Whole wallet hurts looking at the price. To be fair, again, 27 New Zealand dollars for however many packs. How many packs are there? 15. So 15, that's what? Nearly $2 per bag? How much is Bell? Bell's like 40 cents per fucking thing, right? So yeah, it's basically like 4 times the price of a cheap end tea bag. I think that's pretty reasonable. I don't know what flavored ones are like. I could look. I'm just gonna do this because I need to double check it's not gonna just show address. Kinda fine, I think. Alright, so I can get a 100-pack Bell Original Black Tea for $5. That is 100 tea bags. That's 100 tea bags for that. So let's get the calculator out. So that is 5 cents per bag. Okay, that's a lot more of a price difference. But like, the moment I look at stuff like this, right? So this is a tonic one, whatever, gourmet. Special one, special one. Yeah, it's about the price I'd expect for like a special one, then. Yeah. I see no issue with that. You're paying to support them. Keep that in mind. But yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot. Oh, dude, can I just say, there is one thing I'm really sad that I'm not going to be able to get, and I kind of wanted to get. It's just not feasible. Is it even here anymore? Is it going to show me? Come on. I guess it's finished now? It was the cardigan. The cardigan looked really cool. Yeah, it looks like it's gone, I think. Because Iron Mouse had a cardigan, she was, thinged. Yeah, it's gone. Okay, so it's run out. That's sad. I kind of wanted the cardigan. But I knew I wasn't getting it. What's Mel got? Nothing at the moment here? Ah, that's fair. No, she's got some other stuff here and there. Good old Henya. Because this is their official branding stuff, so they don't actually do stuff for it all the time. Cardigan, cardigan. No. Why are you like this? Ah, fuck. It could be any way. You could be any way and you choose to be this. God damn. Don't worry. I'm not disappointed. It's too far for that. Alright. Is there anything else I want to do? Because I realized that we're about kind of time to finish up, and I'm still absolutely fucking munted from the late night last night. It's worse, right? Because again, it's not that I got home at like 11:30 at night. That's when I got to bed. It's the fact that I got home at 11:30 after walking for like an hour and a half on little to no food, little to no hydration, and overheating. I was not in a good condition by the time I got home. Like, I was panting pretty poorly. I didn't look great. So, I'm still carrying some of that over. My feet don't hurt. That's fine. That's all good. That's because it was only that kind of walk. The problem is just the general condition I was in. So I'm probably going to spend most of today, like, after I make some food properly, just passed out, I'm going to be honest. Then I'm going to catch up on the work and stuff, right? See you soon on the next stream. Yeah, actually, that's a point. That's gonna be wild. Look forward to next week where I basically speedrun putting myself in a shit fucking way. Yeah, no, I'm not sure how it's fully gonna function. I'm still gonna plan some of that out tomorrow, I think. But short answer is, I'm gonna start streaming, and then the streaming's not really gonna stop. Yay! We'll see how it goes. But nonetheless though, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, goodbye.